Hello? Hello? Hello, beautiful people. Hello, plane shifters. I'm flying. Hello. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are in the world. And thank you for joining for another stream of Plane Shift, where we develop our game. We have a screenshot of the day. Let me see. People doing stuff around the blacksmith in 3 or 4 releases ago. I mean, major releases ago. Oh yeah. So, yep. I want to continue with the item inspect, right? I think we started well, and we already made some progress. I have a bit of a mission, right, written here, right? So there is the inspect 3D item mission. So spawn the 3D actor on the client based on the mesh on the server provides. Okay, this one is actually done. We did it. Done. Set the proper texture. I just did it. And so you don't have to watch me doing it because it's already done. Redirect the mouse movement to the item rotation. Okay, so this one I think is a bit weird at the moment because I think there is another one actually that I missed that I would like to do first, which is the positioning, right? So because the item needs to be positioned. So another one is position the item in front of the camera, right? Position the item in front of the camera. I don't know exactly at which distance, but let's say that the I think we looked at this example that was doing something similar, but I didn't fully understand how they were positioning it. I think sometimes these examples are really too complex. Or anyway, they are not built in a kind of a reusable way, right? Because or maybe it's just me that I don't understand them too much. I don't know. Could be. Could be, guys. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, because it's a bit distributed between different blueprints, and I don't understand. So let me search here for camera. This is our example, right? Let me search for camera. The only place where we have camera is here. It's kind of a funny position anyway. I think camera was not the best. So what it's doing is taking camera. Then he's doing get world location. Okay, fine. Then he's getting the unidirection vector, which is basically trying from to selected item, because he's trying to get the direction. But I think here we can do get forward vector, and I think it's probably a better idea. So it's getting the distance between between us and the selected item. Okay. And then he's multiplying this by a random number, like 5,000. 5,000 is a lot. It's 50 meters. 50 meters. Okay. Because he's doing a line trace. Okay, and then he's doing a line trace between us and that. Okay, I understand. Then he's getting the result of the hit, which is probably we are hitting the item actually. Right? Focal distance. What is this focal distance? Maybe it's this one, the one that is actually blurring the background. Yeah, it's very possible. We should check this. Focal distance. Oh yes, he's doing it here actually. Yes, he's doing it here. Okay, nice. We can do the same, I think. He's doing it for the current camera. Okay, I think we can do the same. But basically here is just doing the line trace, right? Distance through. Okay, but after this, adjust focal distance. That is the part that is interesting to us. So that is good. That is good. I don't think we need all of this, but I would like to see where. There must be a place, right, where he's getting. Let me try spawn actor. Why is not? Huh? Because it's below. Spawn actor. I'm trying to understand at which distance from the camera is spawning it, and how is doing the calculation so that the size of the item is always correct compared to the view, right? Game controller, inventory, get selected item, break, spawn actor, selected item index. But it's spawning it in 000, so I don't understand this too much. I don't get. Location. Where is this location coming from? Spawn item actor location. Spawn item actor location. Selected item location. I think the reason he's kind of spawning it where he started is because he's then doing an animation to bring the item forward, which I don't think I want to do. I think it's a bit of a waste of time. But I don't understand the selected item location, right? Are we setting this location anywhere or not? It seems we are not. We are only getting. Get. Why? Okay, set. There's only one set, which is actually here. Inventory item focus slot. Get actor location. Get selected item location. Nah, but this is not. I don't know. I think he's working on fixed positions basically. He's not doing what we have to do. He's working pretty much on fixed positions. In our case, it's dynamic. Depends on where you are rotated, how you are rotated in the world. I mean, it's not, nothing is fixed. While here, unfortunately, in this example, it is fixed. So I think he's not a good example for us. He's not a good example. I like this guy with the camera on his head. I find it funny. You watch too much TV, huh? You watch too much TV, my friend. And this is what happened to you. Okay, but so I think we have that adjust. How was it? It was adjust. Now I kind of lost it, but we can find it again. Adjust focal distance. Okay, so this one I think is good for us. But then there was another one which was really saying like scale object based on, right? I think there was a scale. Scale item, scale actor. Normalize object size. Exactly, this one. Normalize object size, right? But here again, I don't understand too much what it is doing. I think the only two functions that we really care for are those two, right? The adjust focal length and the normalize object size. So it's getting the boundary of the object. Okay. It's getting this parameter, which is the scale of the item, which is a set, the general setting. Okay, fine. He's trying to understand is the sphere radius is greater than that. If it's greater than that, then it's forcing the scale of the object. Yeah, but it depends on the distance, right? Well, if the distance to the camera is always the same, probably it's always the same. Yeah, I understand. Give me a second, guys. I will be back. 1 second. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I have to change the music, huh? I have to change the music, yeah. Forgot. Okay, so yeah, so I think we can set the scale. Now, the only thing that I don't understand too much is why is doing this, right? Why is doing like -0.1 scale? That's so weird. In -5, I mean, that's kind of strange. I think that the reason is probably that certain items are predetermined in scale. Maybe you just had like two item scale, right? So that is one or the other. I think that's the reason, because this code doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. Okay, so let's add those two things to our game. Okay. So our logic is at the moment inside two functions. They are called inspect, right? Start inspecting and stop inspecting, right? So the start inspecting is understanding the texture, spawning the item on the client, right? And exactly, and this is where we need to, I guess, do some stuff, because at the moment, so I think I would position it. You know what is the problem? The problem is that if you are looking at an item and you are in front of a wall, right? So imagine you are looking at the wall and you right click and say view item, right? That item will be spawned inside a wall. Ay, 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 ay. I didn't consider this, but this is a problem, huh? There is a problem because, yeah, it is a problem. It is a problem. I'm thinking very deeply. Because at the moment what we do, we are basically spawning the item in the 3D world, right? And but I think it will happen, unfortunately, too often, right? that you are next to a wall, or you have someone else in front of you, and the item is just gonna spawn in the wrong place. Crap. Also, it may happen that it's night, right? It's nighttime, and so you will not see the item. Yeah, exactly. No. We need to go back to the scene capture solution. I think we have to go back to the scene capture solution. Is the only solution. Yeah, it is. It is. We cannot do it this way. We cannot do it this way. We cannot do it this way. We have to. By the way. Huh? Yeah, very similarly to the. Yeah, exactly. Very similar to this. Because we already have a scene capture 2D that we use for the pet, right? And I think exactly in the same way. Yeah, identical. Okay, let's do it. So we can do it probably here or whatever is needed. But so we need to duplicate this. We actually need to duplicate all three, right? So we will have, so this will be, because you can inspect only one item at a time, right? So this is actually okay. So this will be item inspect location. Item inspect location. This will be item inspect light. We don't have another way. It is the only way. It's the only way, and I would say it's also the best way. In item inspect capture 2D. Okay, so this cam now. We have to duplicate Groffel camera material. Yeah, exactly. We have to duplicate this and duplicate this. So this will be item inspect camera. And this will be item inspect material. Item inspect camera material, right? So, okay. So now this camera will point to our item inspect camera. And our material will point to item inspect material. Okay, fantastic. Okay, so now we will have to find this position at the start of the game. And probably even set it as I think we are using a tag on it, right? Yeah, pet actor location, exactly. So inspect location will be inspect location. Okay. No, because the idea of the background, right, if it's night or whatever, I mean, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. So I have to do it this way. It's not gonna work. Yeah, that is not needed. We don't have the, because we will scale the object, which I think is a better idea, instead of changing the sides of the scene. So the scene will always stays the same. Only the object will change, right? So I think that's the better idea. In theory, we could even limit the camera to show only one object, right? That would be probably even better, boys. Why don't we wait a second? Because the scene camera actually can render, can filter the objects that he wants to render, right? If I remember right. Yeah, show only actors, right? Show only actors. So you could say that you want to render only one actor. But I don't know if this works with the send capture 2D. It looks like it doesn't. You can add the hidden actor, but you cannot add... Now, because the idea is, instead of this position, like, because this is basically a position where we spawn. Hello, all P. Sorry, I saw your message only now. Hello, hello. Instead of spawning a location and having a location, finding a location, and then spawning the mesh there, we could just have the mesh there and just change the mesh, right? So that would probably be easy. So I can have a dummy PS item actor that I just change the location of. I mean, it is that change. Sorry, I just changed the mesh of. I think it's pretty much the same actually, but the difference is that I will have to. Well, I need any way to identify this guy. Yeah, I think it's this. I think it's very similar. I think it's very similar. The difference is if I read the value here on the blueprints, right, I will then not be able to use it in this function, right? Unless we pass the... I think here we will pass just the location then. This will be a vector. Yeah. Correct. But I don't know if you can see, I think I have to test it in another project because it's not clear to me. Let's test it 1 second in another project because I want to understand if I can have a clean scene capture without background, because this is what we want, right? Because otherwise it will pop very badly. Why scene capture 2D cannot filter objects? It's so annoying. Scene capture 2D, because for some reason it's grayed out, right? When I go here and I select my scene capture 2D and I want to do render only, yeah, show only actors, right? If primitive render mode is set, use only surely. Fantastic. Okay, we can change this. Okay, and now we can do it. Okay. This is very nice. Okay. So now I can, okay, so if this works, right? If this, but I don't know if the rest would be, will the rest be transparent color or not? No, I have to test this. Okay, let's test this a second, right? So do we have a UI? Do we have a UI here? We have a UI when we go in inventory, right? Yeah, but I don't think I want to destroy this one. I think I want to test my test scene capture. Okay, my test scene capture. So we need here is not very easy to replicate. If I could just extract, can I extract this and just copy the other side? It would be so much easier. Would be so much easier if I can do that. Okay. I think we did it. What? You crazy? Okay. Then let's create a widget. Let's create a widget, and we will call it scene capture UI, right? And now inside a widget, I just have an image, right, which is the render to texture of my thing, right? So this image will have as a brush, right, my scene capture camera, right? Okay. So basically now if I put, let's say that I put my scene capture camera to the, I don't know, let's put it here, 1 second, right? And this one is rendering on this texture, right? In theory, you should see something, right? You should see something. Okay. So now if in my widget, okay, my widget I already have that. So if now in my first person character, right, I add a new key that hopefully is not assigned to anything else. I don't know, N, hopefully N is not assigned to anything. Let me just try to print hello and see if that works. Yes, it works. Okay, hello. Okay, so here we basically create a widget, and we create our inspect, no, we call it scene capture to the UI, right? We create this guy and we do add to viewport, right? And I want to see what we see. All right, if we press N, nothing happened. Scene capture to the is not doing anything, huh? Strange. Okay, let's do a vertical box. So at least we have some text and we can see the text. Okay. As the sides probably is not fitting. Could be. Why is not? Huh? Let me see. A scene capture perspective. Texture target that. Texture target this, right? This is this. This is this. Why this image is not? I set the brush to this, so it should in theory appear, no? Was there another way to do it? Was there another way? Image sides. I don't think image sides makes any difference, but huh? I'm doing something wrong. Hello, Hula. I'm doing something wrong. Profile camera, right? Ah, because I need to point to the material, not to the texture. Okay. That's why. Okay, nice. Okay, nice. So now the question is, why this thing is not automatically filling the world screen? Exactly. Why the resolution is so shit? I don't understand exactly why the resolution is so bad. Huh? Why the resolution is so bad? I don't know if the resolution is bad or it's just that is stretched, right? Could be that it's stretched. Because in theory we should see exactly like this, right? Why? Is there a resolution to set or something on the scene capture? It's because my texture is the wrong resolution. Five hundred and 512. Okay. If I do 124 by 124, yeah, it is better. So it's really related to the okay. But then because the sides will depend on the sides will depend on the screen, right? So how can I automatically adapt? Good question, bro. I mean, I can put it at 2K but I don't know what happens then if it's smaller than that. Like if my screen is smaller. It's still not exactly like the original though. It's like if the rendering is not good enough, right? Because you see that here, even if I'm in a small screen, right, is fairly smooth. And also this text, right, can be read without any issue. But if I do this, it's probably because is stretched, right? Yeah, I think the reason is that it's kind of stretched. So it's like the resides. How do I have the sides of the sides of the So it's like my texture is square while my rendering is not, right? But this will always be different. Yeah, that is one of the problems of going through the scene capture instead of spawning the object on the face. But spawning the object on the face, I think is normal. But it was not giving me this problem with the... It was not giving me this problem with this view. Why? Let me see the properties. Perspective 90 degrees. Perspective 90 degrees. Override. I don't think I changed any of those fields though. Perspective and override. Yeah. Capture on movement. Whether to update the capture content on movement. Okay, I disabled that. Then on advanced, it simply didn't change anything. Component tags. It looks like I didn't change anything else. Is it because I'm resizing on the widget? Because how did I do the... So this one is just an image with a defined size inside a canvas, right? Yeah. So basically there is no resize happening. Okay. No, because there is some warping going on. There is some warping going on, which is not good. It is slightly better. It's not perfect though, but it's better, yes. It is better. But I don't understand, like if I stretch it this way, right? So I want to have the original sides. So to have the original sides, it depends. So it needs to be 124 by 124 then, because that's the sides I use in my texture. Yeah, but it's not really giving me the same result, right? It's not giving me the same result. I don't know why, but it is 124 by 124, right? If I do 2048 by 124, is it now the same? I don't know, it looks to me that it's not as smooth as it should be. That's what I see. I don't know, maybe it's just but you see that the text is all blurry and whatever. And also the cup, also the cup is not smooth, right? It looks like there is no anti-alias on it. I don't know why. No, because the point is that, I want this to be clean, right? I mean, it would be something like this, right? So I have my object, let's say that I have my object here, right? And I have my camera in front of it, right? So pretty much would be like this. Okay, camera shouldn't be. Right. You see that the cap is all broken. So the quality that we get out of the scene capture 2D is not the same quality we get in the 3D render. Why? I don't understand the reason. The render texture you're drawing, the scene capture D should have an option to increase its resolution. Bro, I have it at... I mean, we have we have this at 2K. I can do 2K by 2K, I don't know. Yeah, because now the size is wrong. Yeah, obviously it doesn't fit, right? But I think even like this, right? Even like this, I think the quality of the cup is not the same as... You see that the borders are all fucked up? Is it just me or... You see the borders? Right? The rendering is all fucked up. There is no anti-alias, there is no... right? So it's like if the rendering is done in a different way. Yeah, there is no anti-alias, exactly. Why? I don't remember having this problem with the pet, no? If you enable final color with post-process, it will look exactly like in the game. Final capture source, final color with post-process. Final color... I don't know. Okay, it's better. It's definitely better. Final color is definitely better. But what I don't understand is... It's only my scene capture. Why this guy didn't put the freaking... There it is. is down here because this guy did this trick, right? Did this trick, but I don't want to do. I don't want to have this trick because. But maybe the final scene capture is enough. Maybe the final scene capture is enough. I mean, it doesn't look. It doesn't seem to be identical, unfortunately, but. Is it identical? I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to see if... I would say it's very similar. The light is a bit weird, but I think it's very similar. But the light... But you see that we are missing like the highlight, because this is how we should look, right? But if I go here, the top border doesn't have any highlight, right? So it's like if the lights are not calculated the same way. So it's not a real rendering. I mean, it's not an exact rendering. It's kind of annoying though. Final color LDR in RGB. Like this is better. Still not identical though. Crap. So the difference is that if I use a camera, if I use a normal cam, so if I move the camera or if I use a scene to capture is very different. Huh? Because in theory, you know what I can do? I could put a camera. I can put a camera which is exactly in the same location as this one, right? And then I can switch between the two. And unfortunately, I think the result will be different. It is what I'm thinking. So if I search so if I get all actors by tag, and there is our camera actor, right? And then am I on the player controller? No, I'm on the character. I think that the player controller is the camera thing. I think there was something like use camera with blend. No, what was it? Player camera manager. Get player camera manager. Set camera. No, what was the way? How do you switch? We have it in our project anyway. I think we have a third person camera. Change camera to third person, exactly. How you do that? Attach component, camera, target, spring arm. Oh, really? Change camera to first person. We are attaching the new camera to the spring arm of our character. Okay. I mean, I don't remember that it was the way, but it seems that it's fine. Attach component to component of our spring arm. We don't even have a spring car. Huh? No, it's not. We do it like this in our project because we created a custom project. I mean, everything, a custom camera, everything is different, but
What's up, guys? Welcome to new Unreal Engine.
Oh my god, 5 minutes to switch a camera, please. Set active? But set active what? You can just set it active and it will activate. Okay, that would be easy. It's a camera component, no? No, actor component. Hey, I only have a scene component or I have a camera. I don't have an actor component. Oh yeah, we can try and see what happens. Nothing happens. Oh no, sorry. Nothing happens. Assuming that I find it, but should be able to find it there. Found. Yeah, we find it. So why? No, I don't understand. First person camera. First person camera is Is there a get camera component or what? Get camera component. New active. It's doing nothing. Why? No, it's not. It's not the way to do it. It's not the way to do it. I don't know, maybe it's a different setup or whatever. Use controller rotation view. No, it's not. It's not doing that. It's not working. I don't know why. It's not working.
You can see that we are looking from the first camera view. There's our different viewpoint. So once in with both, create a reference to our.
Yeah, set view target with blend, exactly. This was the one that I was using, exactly. Set view target with blend. Now that I see it on screen, I remember it. Set view target with blend, but it has to be done on the player controller. No? Has to be done on the player? What do you mean? Come on, get player controller. What is the problem with getting player controller? We are inside a freaking... I don't know, sometimes it's just giving you the wrong one. Okay. Yeah, you see that it's completely different. Right? So from this view to this view, and there is no comparison in quality. I mean, the quality of that one is like 10 times. Right? So the scene capture is not really able to capture the full quality for whatever reason. It's a bit strange though. So the quality of the scene capture is not the same. Quality of the scene capture is not the same. Why? Let me see if I do this. So now I'm rendering only that guy. Is any way giving you like a best? So it is anyway not transparent, right? So we cannot get the same quality. I don't know exactly why, but we cannot get the same quality. Let me try a few more options. And anyway, you will have the... I think they have an issue with this, and I don't understand it, but definitely they got some problem with the scene capture. But I remember I did this a million times, right? Like when we were testing the... When we were testing the preview of the player character in our... we had another example, so I don't remember the quality. Maybe I didn't notice, right? That's possible that I didn't notice. But... It is possible I didn't notice the difference, but now to me it's very evident, right? Oh shit. I think I'm not launching this since quite some time. Unfortunately. So the scene capture 2D is not giving you the same resolution and the same quality. So if you want to visualize an object, in fact, in the example, it's not doing that, but it is just spawning it in your face. But if you spawn it in your face and you have someone else in front of you, it will... and again, if you are at night... It's super stupid. We need a better way. I can move the camera. But moving the camera... I mean, it's like, I did it already in the minigame. Moving the camera is a bit of a mess. Because the game tries to unload the levels, right? It's a streaming level. So I remember I did it, but it was not that simple. Because if you move the camera, the engine thinks that you are far away from the original streaming level, right? And I think I had to disable... I think what I do, I disable level streaming, then I move the camera and then enable it again. I think we are doing something like this when we execute the mini games. But I remember that in this project, right, we had a kind of a character preview done with the scene capture, if I remember right. And I don't remember this being bad quality. But maybe I didn't look well enough, right? Maybe I didn't look. Yeah, you see the guy on the left? The guy on the left is a scene capture. But yeah, definitely is lower quality. I mean, you can see the borders, right? You can see the borders. Maybe you don't see it, but I see it. You can see the jagged lines of the borders. So, yeah, you see these jagged lines. And if I take my character and I zoom in, I think I would not have the same... You see how more smooth it is? So I think, unfortunately, yeah, also in this example, the scene capture is giving pretty much the same problematic result. It's giving the same problematic result. No, because if we are, you know, if we want to show, that's annoying. Let me see what we do with the mini games, right? Because with the mini games, MG camera, right? MG camera. MG camera. Check if loading is completed. Set a reference to our minigame camera. Okay. And that's all fine. Exactly. So I do disable level distance streaming, right? So we disable the level distance streaming so that basically everything remains in memory even if you are moving the camera, right? I think we have to do it this way. There is no other way. Yeah, there is no other way. Okay, so it's a combination of the two techniques, but without the scene camera, right? Without the scene camera. So okay. Now, the other problem that we have is that the object will actually not be rendered just by itself, right? So you will have a black background around it. You will have a black background. So it's like if you are transported for a second in a completely different dimension, right? Yeah. Yeah. We can see how it looks, but I think it will look a bit brutal, right? I think it will look a bit brutal. I think we have to do it this way, boys. I think we have to do it this way. So we will say So we will ho settato su I set it on player controller. I think it's better, yes. I think it's actually better. I think it's actually better. Okay, so we set that to this. Right. Okay. So now we have the pointer to the camera that we have to switch to, right? And then pretty much we will have to do it in the same way that we do it for the mini game. So I will have to disable level streaming, disable distance level streaming. And then we will have to re-enable it again when we are exiting, right? And then we take our camera and we set the view with blend, right? Yeah. So this is pretty much what we have to do. So this will happen where? It will happen in inspect, right? So it will happen in start inspecting. So in start inspecting, well, first of all, we want to just search the item. If we don't find the item, we may have a problem, right? Not actually. Or if we cannot spawn the item on the client for whatever reason, right? We don't even go. But if we arrive here, right? If we arrive here, then we switch. Now, I don't know if I want to do it before this. Now here I need to get my player controller ref. And here I have to get my inspect camera. Right? And this is the camera that we need to switch, right? Assuming that we save somewhere the old camera, but I don't know, that we will see. I don't know how we switch back to the other camera, but I think there is definitely a way. Get PS character. Ah, we just get the PS character cam. Okay, you say set view target with blend of the character and it's getting the. Okay, that's easy. You don't need to get the camera of it. It's just finding the first camera associated to that player. Okay, which is fantastic. So okay. So here we will basically switch to that. And then in the stop, right, in the stop, we will have to re-enable level streaming, and we will have to set the camera with blend to my player, right? So here I need my which is me, right? Myself. Okay, so this in theory should do it. So now, now. Re-enable level streaming, right? Okay. Okay, so I think it is a better way. It's a mix of the two previous techniques, and it's pretty much the same that we used for the minigame, which is the only one that ensures that the rendering is done properly at all time, without the scene capture in the middle, which is a bit problematic. Now the complexity is that the position, right? The position of the spawning now is no more the camera. So basically, this spawn item on client needs to change, right? Is no more the camera position. Is is this camera position? Yeah, I mean, I think we can. Yeah, it's basically. But I don't know if I want to have that camera position, actually. I think we will have... No, I think it's a bad idea. It's not the camera position. It's... it's just a fixed point. And that fixed point is... this guy, right? And this guy is what? Is an item inspect location, right? Item inspect location, which has inspect location as I don't think I have it anywhere, right? Because we didn't do this yet. Yeah, exactly. So it's the same that we do on this guy. I think we do it on player controller probably at the beginning. Yeah. So we do this. We do this. And we do spawn actor, right? Now the rotation. Okay. So basically this needs to change. This will become an A actor, right? There is a dummy location actor. There is a dummy location actor. Right? Yeah. Yeah, we will spawn it exactly there. And then we will have to scale it. I think the scale is what I don't fully understand how to do, but we said that we want. We said that the scale. We get the boundary. I think we can get the actor boundary, right? I mean the mesh. So it is after we spawned it. Yeah, I think after we spawned it. So this actor. So we should adjust the scale based on the item size, right? So what I'm sure I have at this point is my OBJ, right? Which is actually an actor. So I think of this guy, I can get my bounds. I can get my actor bounds, right? And I think we don't need the origin, but it's fine. Bro, I said origin. Okay. So now, based on the box extent, so we basically always need to normalize it. So we need to scale it in a way that is always the same size. How do we do that? Hello, Diego. What is crazy? So we need to scale it all. So I think we need to have a default size, right? That is like, I don't know, alpha meter by alpha meter by alpha meter. I think we need to take the longest boundary, you know? Because imagine you have a staff, right? You have a staff which is very, very thin, but very, very long, right? You still want the longest, yeah, the longest extent, right? So box extent, I assume that is x, y, and z vector. So we need to understand which one is the greatest, right? Do we have a function that does that already, or should we do it ourselves? Do we have a box extent longest something? No. Component cross dot equal length normalize projection reciprocal rotation serialized set. Oh my god, there are so many. GG. Square length. Get safe normal, gets unsafe normal, mirror plane, project on, rotating angle axis. There should be like a max or something. Max. What is max doing? Get max. Get the maximum value of the vector component. Fantastic, exactly this. Okay, get max. So this is actually getting. Let me see what this guy is doing, but I hope he's correct. Max the xy or max the z. Perfect. Yeah, actually it was one line, but anyway. So this returns what? This returns a double, right? Hopefully. It returns a t. What? I mean, this should be a double something, no? Or a float something, no? Okay. So based on the longest right? Why so fucked up? Because we are scaled in like a million times. No, all white. Based on the longest axis, right? Right, based on the longest axis. So let's imagine that our object is like this. And so this axis, the z-axis, is the maximum, right? So it's a small cylinder, small thing like that. Then we say, oh, we have a maximum size of, I don't know, 0.5 meters. Actually, I think that in our case, that camera was set more on a kind of a 1 meter size, right? But okay, let's say 1 meter, right? Let's say 1 meter by 1 meter by 1 meter. So if this guy is 3 meters, we have to scale it down 3 times, right? So we have to do 3 divided by 1. So longest divided by 1. So everything divided by 1. So basically we divide by the longest. Yeah, assuming it's 1 meter, we divide by the longest. Right? We divide by the longest. We divide what? No, we scale. So we do obj set. There is a kind of a set actor scale 3D. Yeah, exactly. Obj set actor scale 3D. Which is actually what? is 1 divided by, no, is what? Is 1 divided by, so if this guy is 3 times, I will do 1 divided by max length, right? And so I will normalize it to 1, right? I mean, I need a vector of this, no? Yeah, because it's normalized on all sides, this, right? So if this guy is if this guy is a cylinder of 3 meters, right? We are saying 1 divided by 3, and so it's setting the scale to 0.3. So yeah, is divided. Yeah, exactly. And he's setting it on. I think it's correct, right? Base our reference size is 1 meter. Wait, we are in units, we are in units, boys. We are in units. So is 100 divided by, right? Because Unreal is thinking centimeters. So we do 100 divided by the max length, right? So in our case will be 100 divided by, this guy is 300, right? So it's the same as before. Yeah, exactly. Okay. So this in theory should scale it. Now this scale exists again only on the client side. But now we need to pass the dummy location, right? Because the dummy location at the moment is wrong. So I think we can close this. Because I have to recompile and I have 0 willingness to have a hot reload recompile, which is a mess. Yeah, I think this will be the best. I mean, the disable level streaming, distance streaming, I don't think is having any side effects. So, But yeah, we will not see the item like we were seeing it yesterday, right? Yesterday we were seeing the item just in front of us. We will not see that anymore. So we'll jump to another location. Yeah. Anyway, it's good that I did it here in C++, so it's a bit faster, because this thing is getting called every time you inspect an item, which I assume it would, I mean, it will happen fairly often. Now, so the next step, okay, so let me go back to our, so here we actually changed this idea, right? So we changed this idea. Basically what we did, we have so we created a space in the persistent level we can position the item, right? So add a camera there, and we did it, and switch to that camera when inspecting, right? So that is basically what we did. Then position the item in front of the camera is not anymore the case, because we position the camera on the we position the item. So position So basically our plan completely changed. Position the item in the dummy location in front of the camera, right? So because we already have that. Scale the object so it fits. Yeah, this is something that we actually doing. And redirect the mouse movement to the rotation, allow zoom in and zoom out, and then ensure that when you exit. So we also have to disable the level streaming, but okay, that's not. Right click, exits, right click exits from inspect item mode, or terminates, whatever. So the good part of this is that this is not any more influenced by day or night, right? Because we have complete control of the lightning while we are in the persistent level in that place, and also is not influenced anymore by if you have a house in your face and you inspect an item, right? Which is great. Also will allow us, if we want, to add an additional widget on top of the item to display, for example, its description or something, right? We may decide to do that. Yeah. Okay, so yeah. Now this is obviously not correct anymore. So we need to save the inspect location. So we need to save this guy location, right? Actually, this guy location, inspect item location, where the tag is inspect location. So we need to do the same as we do here. Do we want to store it, or do we? Yeah, we want to store it. I think it makes no sense to do it all the time. So we have to store it somewhere. So do I do it when? I do it when, maybe the only time I can do it is actually when I'm loading into the game, because that level should exist already. So the persistent level should be loaded, right? So it's pretty much the same when I get the camera location. When I get the pet camera. And I think we do it in the setup pet camera and light. Why we do it here? That's very stupid, actually. Do I ever do once or no? I don't ever do once. Ah, because this is actually happening only at the beginning of the game. Yeah, but it's anyway not a great idea. Okay. No, because we need to have this after the initial loading. There is no way, right? So when everything is loaded, so I think it's inside PS character, and is when everything is loaded. So yeah, exactly here after the check level loaded, right? So after we have completed the level loading. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of here. Yeah, it's kind of here. So we need to get all actor with tag what? Inspect location, right? Well, actually, there is a dummy object. Generic actor. GG. Inspect location, right? So this guy needs to go here, right? Which is this is just a generic actor. It's just a generic actor. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay, now, now. Now we have set up the camera. We have set up. Why it doesn't compile? You're crazy. Ah, yes, yes. And now we need to pass that here. Okay, fine. So in theory, the item will be spawned. The item will be spawned with the same rotation and the same, but with a different scale, right? Than the okay, and our camera will be transported there. Yes. And as soon as I right click, my camera will go back. Okay, let's see if this works actually. Let's see if this works. Let's see if this does something. I mean, it works, I don't know, but at least if it does something. We will probably see a black background, right? With a black background with our item on it. This is what we want to see. If we see the item with a black background, I think we are good. If we just see everything black, it means that the item has not been spawned, or the location of the camera has not been found, or something else messed up, right? Okay. Okay, so if I open this and I click here, wow, we crashed. We crashed. BP util 227. Okay. BP util 227. What? Oh. Disable level distance streaming. I didn't pass me or what? I didn't pass me. Fuck. Yeah, we need to pass me here. And we need to pass me here as well, huh? Otherwise, it doesn't work. Okay. We have another chance. I think I can make that code a bit more solid, like that is not crap, because this is client side, so we may have some if, you know, and ensure that we have no null pointers in any case. I mean, even if it would be stupid for anyone to hack the client to crash it, right? So you may hack the client to cheat, but not to crash it. But anyway. Anyway. Ah, good. Nice. Cool. Fantastic. Now it's a bit brutal, right? Because it's basically your screen is going black completely. So you lose focus on anything that you have, right? But and also the other problem is that okay, let's try with an item that is bigger to see if it's actually scaled properly. I think this item has been scaled up. In fact, you see that it's going through the floor, but we can change that. Let me take an item which is actually bigger. And this one didn't show anything. Why? No, I want to take something that is very big, like a tent. Okay. Yeah, let's take let's take let me destroy some stuff because I have too much stuff in my. I mean, obviously, if the item does not have an icon, I think we have a large. We have a large tent, no? We have a small tent. I think we also have a large tent. I mean, a small tent, we have it for sure, which is here. Yeah, it seems he scaled it. Yeah, the scale is working. Because you see that the tent is relatively small, right? Okay, so there are a few. There are a few things we need to do. Here on the right, we have a white because the camera. Okay, but I think it's working. It's working. The good news is that it's working. We have some issue. The first issue is that this box is not big enough, right? But this we can just increase the size very simply. So we can do 25, right? And that's it. Oops, I think I did a big mistake. $25. What? It's not that direction. Okay. Okay. So like this, we will not have any more the problem of the left and the right, right? So it will just fit. The second problem is that the actual thing is going inside, right? Is going inside, and that's a bad idea. Because we are too close, right? We are too close to this wall, and this is not a good idea. So we need to move this, this, and this, right? We need to move them. We need to move them out at least a meter, because our reference size is 1 meter, and we have to move them up at least a meter, right? So that there is never a collision, right? There's never a collision. Then the other problem that we have is that the UI should completely disappear. We don't want the UI to be on when we are inspecting the item. So for this reason, I think I have a way, but I don't remember. I think there is something like hide all windows, but hide all because we need to restore the state, right? MG hide all windows. Yeah, exactly. So it's in theory is exactly the same function. Store the list of open windows and hide those except exactly. And then we restore the window that we have hidden at start. Exactly. So we basically have to do exactly the same. The problem is that this is stored in a kind of a stupid place. It's stored in the spawner window, in the dice spawner window, right? I mean, we could do it in here inside win item detail, but I don't think that's the greatest place actually. No, it's not. I think we can even do it here. But I will have to store this temp visible windows, right? I will have to store it on my PS character. It's kind of annoying. Let me see. Yeah. Yeah, I think there is no other way. That's fine. So we will do a temp visible windows on my PS character. And when we start inspecting, we do controller container ref get visible windows and we store it, right? So when we start inspecting, let's say before this, yeah, we do get player ref, what? Get player ref, get container, get visible windows. Okay. And this one we store it in set visible windows, right? Where target is self, yeah. So why is it looking so stupid? Yeah, exactly. Huh? Wait, no, it must be an array, yeah? What? Must be an array, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what is this, actually. It's kind of a weird one. Okay, so we set what are the visible windows that are open, except no, all of them. Yeah, it's nice. And then when we stop inspecting, we store all the visible windows, and then we need to hide all the windows. We have hide all, right? Can we just use hide all, which is a bit easier? Instead of doing a for loop of something stupid. Oh, fuck. Hide all is not doing anything? Why? Why? Skill window close event. Do we really want to call all of this? No. We are doing something a bit weird here. But anyway, we are doing something a bit weird. So like, why we don't just why we don't just loop on all the canvas array and we hide it all? I mean, what is the is it because the huh? Because we want to hide only the ones that are not already hidden to avoid. Okay, I understand that. But I mean, it's okay. I mean, it doesn't seem so crazy, but fine. Fine. Yeah. Fine. We close only the visible ones. That's okay. Makes sense. You know what is the only problem is that if you inspect an item while you are trading with an NPC, that will actually close the trade window and it will also terminate the trade, right? So that's kind of annoying. Hello, making real things. How are you? Sometime I don't see you. The best source for learning C++ for Unreal? Depends what you want to do, because, you know, C++ is fairly large. I mean, I don't think you have to learn all, right? Depends on what you want to do, because warning, what? Can't parse value 0 for unnamed, huh? Huh? You mean? Huh? You're stupid. Now it's gone. Okay. Same exact thing. Depends a bit what you want to do, make Unreal, because it's let's say if you go to the C++, right, the majority, I mean, the complexity is not the language, right, but is to know what Unreal already provides, right? What are the libraries and classes and. But that's very, 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 very big, because it's touching. If you go on the runtime, like you have a million modules, right? So because it depends if you're working on, I don't know, if you look here, Apple, what I mean, on audio, on automation, on blueprints. So I mean, you know, then core is another million things. So the problem is that there is so much. But you don't really need to learn all of this, right? Because most of this thing you will not use. Like, I don't know, movie player, movie scene, right? So I don't think you have to learn this from A to Z. I think you need to think what you need, what you need in your game, what are the areas that you want to, and then maybe start from the basic objects, right? Start from actor, the level, you know, I mean the basic objects, the lights, and try to manipulate maybe in C++ those items, right? So maybe if you have an actor, like a character like this, you know, just see what are the options that you have. Like you can get the controller, you can get the location, the rotation, you can change the rotation. So I think I would go really with the basic items, with the core basic items. But it's very important, I think, to learn the C++ of Unreal because the blueprints are super slow. So they are okay when the user is interacting with the UI, but for everything else, I don't think that they are really the choice. So I would be a bit careful in, you know, doing everything in blueprints. I would be a bit careful in doing everything in blueprint, yeah. Okay, so now in theory we should have. Do we want to allow zooming in and out? I don't know. Let me also change the rotation because I think the rotation is super annoying. The rotation, where did I have that? The rotation, I have it in my PS character, under mouse and keyboard, yeah. And I have it here where we do the, yeah, exactly. So I don't think I want to add an actor world rotation. I think I want to add an actor rotation which is actually local. Because we may be rotated in different ways, right? So I don't think I want the world rotation. I think I want the, what is this thing? I don't know. I think I want the local rotation. Because in the example that we have seen, they were using world location, but it's just because they had the item always rotated the same. I don't know exactly why, but I don't know. But anyway, I think it doesn't make sense because you may be rotated a different way. Would you think how complicated it is to get a job as a junior in any game dev company, small or big, using Unreal? I think it's not hard. I think it's easy. I think it's easy because, you know, consider that we have many more video games, right, being built these days than 10 years ago. So, and Unreal is really the right engine. I mean, a lot of companies are using it, and I think it's very doable. You will have to build something with it, right? You will have to build the demo. I mean, build something that you made and you can explain well. Don't copy paste it too much, because otherwise, you know. But build a mini game, whatever kind of mini game, and use it as a portfolio or something. Maybe showing, I think what you have to show is, you don't have to show the game itself too much, but the different areas of the engine that you have used, right? That I think would be a better idea. I mean, I have to say I dislike a bit the fact that we have yeah, the rotation is always super annoying, by the way. I mean, why is not... I mean, the left and right is kind of okay, but the top and bottom... Like when I'm here, right, the item is completely upside down, and I move to the left. Okay, it's rotating left, and it's rotating right. And now if I go up... Yeah, but you see that the up is not up. Because this item again, because it is again item rotation and not word rotation. Because I actually is yeah, the only way is to put it like this, so that it is again, you know, even compared to that, and then you can go up and down. I don't know. It's a bit annoying to move. I mean, you cannot feel it because you're not moving the mouse, but I feel it's not very... And also a bit of the weird thing is that at the beginning is like this, so it's like out of camera, right? Like at the beginning, the item is not centered, at least in this case. Why? Because the item is not centered in the middle. I see. Yeah, because the item rotation will anyway start from the... Yeah, because this item has this point, right? As this point in the middle of the handle, as is a rotation point. While, for example, if I take the tent, right? If I take the tent has the bottom, right? So, but it seems to me that I'm always occupying the top part of the... And my item is not centered, really. I think it's a bit annoying, huh? Now, yeah, for the items that do not have a mesh, this will be the result. Because it's actually the sack, right? Unfortunately. Why there are some items that are not working? Like this one, for example, like Klyros shield. Why this one does not spawn? It's kind of strange, huh? Why don't see it? Because it's too high. Maybe the middle point. No, but the middle. No, the middle point is here, so I should see it for sure. Strange. I think we start anyway too much from the middle. Should be. Yeah, the problem is, how do you know? How do you know if the origin? Because we are rotating based on the origin, right, of the item. Certain items have the origin at the bottom. Other items have the origin at the top. Why all the new items are not showing up? Like this hook blade is not showing up. Why? Because he has no texture? Because it has no texture. While this guy has a texture. Yeah, but you see that the flower. Yeah, I mean, if they have the origin at the bottom of the item, so I should center the. How do I do this? Thank you very much. Wish you the best. Okay. Yeah, I don't think it's hard to find. I don't think it's hard to find a job in if you know Unreal. It's a bit annoying that the center of rotation is this, right? Instead of this. But I think it's the same with local rotation or with world rotation, because even if I use world rotation, right, it will still rotate based on that pivot. So, or I move the pivot of the object, but I cannot, right? Can I change the pivot of the object to be in the middle? That would solve my problem. But can I move the origin? Can I move the origin of the object? I don't think so, right? Real move actor origin. How to change the Unreal Engine actor pivot. How to permanently change a pivot point of an actor.
Alright, so when you select an actor in Unreal Engine 5, you will see a transformation widget that allows you to move, rotate, or scale the actor. At the center of the transformation widget is something called the pivot point. So named because if you rotate the actor, it will rotate or pivot around that point. But what if you wanted to rotate the actor around a different point? In that case, you would need to change the location of the pivot point. To do so, click on the pivot using the middle mouse button, then drag it to its new location. So now, if you rotate the actor, it will rotate around the new location. However, if you deselect the actor, then select it again, the pivot will be reset to its original position. Okay, so if you want to permanently change the location of the pivot point, after you set its location, right-click on the actor, and in the menu, go to Pivot, Set as Pivot Offset. So now,
set a pivot offset. That's very, 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 very nice. Can I set a pivot offset in C++? If we can do it, then here we could reset the pivot to be in the middle no matter what, and then we solve all our problems. All our problems. Absolutely yes. Can I set now obj set pivot offset? Yes, we can. Ah, that is so nice. Now, how do we do it though? I need the pivot to be always exactly in the center of the object. But if I do this after I spawned it, then what the hell is going to happen? Ay, 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 ay. I have to do it before I spawn. No, it's impossible. No, because if I spawn it already up, right? I mean, if this is my screen, right? And my object, unfortunately, is this flower. Oops. Is this flower, right? And its pivot point is here, right? When I will position it, right? When I will position it, since I have a dummy location where I position it, it will be positioned starting from here. While I would like to position it starting from the middle. Well, I can probably move the location of spawning based on the pivot of the thingy. Yep, I can do that, I assume. But how do I know? I mean, how do I know the pivot location compared to the actual? So when you do get actor bounds, right, and you get the origin, what is the origin? Is the origin set to the center of the actor in world space? Origin set to the center of the actor in world space. Okay, so the origin is already pointing here. So in theory, I could find the distance, you know, between the origin and the actual pivot, and then move it the other direction, right? And then move the pivot back to the origin so that I can rotate the item in the middle. But it is asking me an offset. Well, the offset is exactly this vector, so we need to use this vector twice, right? One to move the object and one to move the pivot, right? So, but this is in world coordinate. Yeah, but I think it's okay, huh? I think it's kind of okay. So we calculate the difference between the bounding box, the bounds origin, and the object pivot, right? Which at the end is the object location. Is it? Yeah, it is. So we do what? We do origin minus my new position. No, I think I'm doing something stupid. Origin minus... But yeah, the position, the position is the pivot. Because it's positioned based on the pivot, right? So, absolutely. So origin minus new position gives us the distance between the two. So if the origin is here and my pivot is here, I will get, so this is 100 units, right? And this is 50 units, right? So 100 minus 50, I will get 50. I will get 50. Then I need to set my offset. I don't know if my offset needs to be positive or negative, but I will have to set the offset. I think it is in local space. This is in local space. The other is not in local space. So if the item is rotated... If the item is rotated, what happens? I don't know. Because I'm tempted to do this, right? Minus distance. So we revert, and so this in theory should go down. But is this correct? I have no idea. Plus, I also need to move the object. Wait. So this will allow me to rotate based on the... Huh? I don't know. I'm not sure of what I'm doing. What the fuck happened? Why modified all these characters? Because now they have a new... Okay, fuck it, save it. Now they have a new variable, and so... But why only this ones and not all the other ones? I don't get it. But anyway, fine. Okay, let me try to recompile. Because one change will allow us to see the item more centered on the screen. And the second change will allow us to rotate based on the... You know what is the problem here? Is that one is local, the other is global, so... But origin is in world space, so it should actually be fine. Because we are comparing world space to world space here. And then that distance. Now, we don't have the rotation involved in all of this. Like if an item is laying on the ground horizontally, right? What? I don't know. I think I need to test it to see. My brain cannot compute all that 3D. The only way is to test it, my boys. My boys! By the way, guys, if you want to leave a follow, that would be nice. And also if you want to subscribe on YouTube, they are both free. Also remember that our game is released, so if you want to play a free game, you know, you can. You go to our main website and click on download now, and you can download it for Windows, for Linux, and for Mac. And also you can contribute to the development, right? We have a kind of an open development philosophy, and if you want to help, if you want to, you know, add pieces, you can do it. Okay, so this one has the pivot at the bottom, right? Which is a good example. Okay, nothing happened. Nothing happened at all. It's exactly like it was. Why? That's strange, huh? Nothing happened. So the item didn't move down. and the item didn't change the pivot. So you mean that my origin minus new position is 0, eh? And then it doesn't work. Then the new position is not the pivot. This distance is probably 0, huh? Really? Could be. Ba-da-bam, 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 bam, 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 ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Why 0? It's impossible. I mean, the origin cannot be 0. I mean, the origin of the bounding box to the center of the actor in world space, right? To the center of the actor in war space. It's impossible that is it the same as the, if it's the same as the pivot, is useless.
Bum 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 bum
Bum bum bum bum.
component. We tell my example, you can see a black box around this item right here, this little stick that our character is holding. You'll notice that the box itself, the black box, the bounds, is moving as the item moves. So what I'm doing is a component debug box, a scene component object, you know, the representation of Tartar here. And you'll notice it's higher than our character. If we look at our, that is, it's got a fixed bound. So basically the center views both. And the sphere radius. Well,
Wait. The center, well, because in this case, it corresponds to the middle. No, but I think it's correct. It's not the pivot. The middle is not the pivot. The middle...
completely encompass the item during a collision check, and you can just do a quick sphere or box extent check plus calculation. Bounds in both the box origin being the center point, the box extent being the outer extent, and this radius being...
because maybe the actor is getting the... No. Why? I don't understand. Huh? Okay, we have to do it outside of the game because otherwise it's taking too much time. We cannot do it. We cannot do it in our game because I have to recompile, start everything. It takes me 1 hour, right? So let's just do it inside the sample project. So we will import, well, maybe some of these items already have the pivot in a different place. Yeah, like this cup, right? This cup has the pivot at the bottom, right? Which is exactly what we need. So, so what? So let's say that, so how do I do it here? Or I think I can tag one of these cups with a, yeah, let's tag one of these cups. Let's tag one of these cups. So we will tag it as 1. Okay, we tag it as 1. So this is our prototype, right? So when I start the game, and I press K. K. Wow, the KK. The K key. Okay, when I press this, I will get all actors with tag 1. Right? And this will return my cup, that cup, right? And so what we want to do, we want to get the bounds of the actor. Only colliding components, no. Include from child actors. This should be false, this should be, and this is the same. Let's say this is true. And we want to draw, what was it drawing? Draw debug box. No, draw debug sphere. Yeah, draw debug sphere I think is good. Draw debug sphere. Yeah. Draw debug sphere, right? We draw debug sphere at the origin. This is what I want. And the radius will be 20 centimeters. I think we see it very clearly, right? And the duration is forever. So 0 I think is forever, right? When I press K. So if I go here and I press K, I think it didn't do it. Oh wow, 0 is like, how do you make it permanent? Okay, anyway. Duration 20. Why thickness is 0? No, thickness not 0. Thickness 3. Maybe it's the thickness that is fucked. Maybe it's the thickness. It disappears immediately. Fuck. Okay, duration 20. Thickness 1. Okay. Yeah, you see actually that the origin is at the bottom of this or the cup, right? So it is correct, yeah. So if I do the actor position, no, it's wrong. It's wrong. Why? Yeah, it's wrong. It's wrong. I mean, it's impossible, right? Because this actor. Why? What? Huh? So that's not the middle. I mean, this is not. Because it's starting from there and then giving you the extent. Okay, so we need the middle of the bounds. How do we get the middle of the bounds? Unreal get center of actor bounds. It's not the origin, it's not the origin. It's not the origin. It's not the origin. No. Center of mass. Center of mass. What? It doesn't exist, center of mass. What? No, it's not. That is wrong. It's not. Get actor bounds is returning the origin, but it's not the center. It's not. It's not. It's the pivot. You just take the extent and divide it by 2. Okay, that's a good idea. Okay, we divide it by 2. So we divide by 2 the extent because the origin is completely useless, right? Get local bounds. Get actor bounds. What do you mean? What? No, sorry, I'm doing something stupid. It's just divided by 2. It's just divided by 2, right? So it's our thing divided by 2, nothing else. Maybe I can just divide the whole vector by 2. Isn't the same? Yeah, it is. So the box center is box extend divided by 2, right? I don't have to divide by 2 the single components. I think it's exactly the same, right? Yeah, exactly. Okay, so this is the actual origin then. That is the actual origin. Best music in the world. Para 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 para. Para 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 para. Pam 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 pam. Box set them in a new position. Don't you call for food? No, I will cook. I will cook tonight. Italian cooking. Typical Italian cooking. No, I mean typical Italian guy cooking. Ah, here it is. Ah, here it is. What you want, mamma mia? Ah, what do you want? Yeah, you see, I'm basically like this guy. How do I open? Okay. I'm basically like this guy. Ah, what do you want, huh? with the there is a Maria thingy. There is a statue of Maria there. Oh, that's pretty good. We also have this guy. We also have this guy. It's always the same guy, you know. Also, this is not bad, but it's not typical Italian. I don't know. The eyes are too bright, are too blue to be Italian. Ah, this guy is way more Italian. Yes, 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 yes. Absolutely. Ah, this guy is perfect. No, I will have some hamburger meat. I will have some meat, some potatoes, and some vegetables all together. Okay, so what? So the thing divided by 2, and then we do this divided by 2. We say minus, and then we do what? Cannot print a value of f string with format specifier. What do you mean you cannot? Is an f string. Okay, let's see what happens. Am I still in I'm dividing war position with war position, or no? No, I'm not, huh? The distance between wait a second, huh? The extent Because this works if the pivot is on the side and I divide it by 2, and so I get the middle point. But if the... No, I'm super confused. If the extent... No, I think it's correct, because even if the point is in the middle... Let's say that the point is already in the middle, right? And so my object... So my object in 3D, right, is... the middle is already the middle. So the extent will be what? The extent will be like 0.5, 0.5, 0.5, right? But if I divide this by 2, I'm not finding shit. No, it's not working. No, it's not. It's not the way. No, it's wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong. Is wrong, is wrong, is wrong, is wrong, is wrong, is wrong. This is only... is wrong. This is only saying how much... How big is the item? I don't need how big is the item. I need the difference between the pivot and the center of the object. Where the center of the object... But why this guy was saying that the center of the object was the... Probably because he's getting the local bounds. I think the local bounds may be different than the actor bounds. Wait a second, eh? No, local bounds do not exist. They are probably on the mesh. There is no get origin, there is no freaking anything. Ah! Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Okay, we have to test it again on the freaking example. No, it's not working. This way is not, it would never work. So we need to find another way. We need to find the right calculation. So it's fine that the bounding box do we have another item where the pivot is not the bottom? No, and because also this guy, well, I think the cube maybe, no? Let me see if the cube, maybe the cube has the pivot. No, they all have it in the bottom. They all have it in the bottom, unfortunately. All these items have the pivot at the bottom. Yeah, but if I drop a cube, yeah, exactly. But this cube will not, right? Exactly. This cube has the pivot in the middle. So if I drop a cube, right? If I drop a cube, and then I say, can I make this cube small? I want this cube to be 20 centimeters. Yeah, exactly. And I want this cube to be blue. Can I have a blue color? No. Can I have a steel color? No. Can I have a wood color? No. Fuck, can I have any color? This. I mean, it's a bit weird, but... Okay, this is fantastic. This is fantastic. Okay. So the difference between these two guys is that one has the pivot at the bottom and the other has the pivot in the middle, right? So this guy, we will tag it as 2. Probably what I'm doing, there is a simpler solution, but I cannot think about it. So So when I press this, right, I get the actor with tag and then I get the actor with tag 2, right? The line color, if it can be another color, I would prefer, because white is really annoying. Okay. So now, if I press K, right? Yeah, you see that one has the origin in the middle, the origin has the other one, the cup, has the origin at the bottom, right? Exactly. So if I want to know, how do I know if my origin is actually the same of the pivot? Huh? No, the origin is always at the pivot, exactly. The origin is always at the pivot, right? But then my box extends, right? So if I draw a box, and this box has the origin as the center and the extent as the extent, and I do the same for this guy, and this one will have maybe just a bit bigger thickness, because I think we want to see the outside, and the line color, I think black is fine, and we go origin, extent, right? And now we press K, right? Well, the duration is 20, right? And I press K. Holy fuck. Why the cup has an impossible extent? Well, maybe because the blueprint has something more into it. Maybe has a description, maybe has some text. This is kind of weird, huh? Why this cup is so weird? Let's just drop the cup. Yeah, probably because this blueprint has something more, but it doesn't look like that. Why? Okay, I don't care about that. Let's remove this cup and let's use this cup that I just dropped. Right, so this one will not be anymore 1. This one will be 1, right? Okay, so let me try now. Okay, better. I don't know, that cup was a bit weird. But yeah, you can see that... but now the... But now the sphere moved also for the cup, so is sent for the cup is also centered in the middle. Why that cup? Ay. But it's not. Because the pivot is at the bottom. So in reality, I got tricked. Because the bounding box, the bounding box is always taking the middle. But then if I do origin minus position, should be something, right? How can that be 0 then? Get actor location. If I do get actor location minus origin, It cannot be 0. Right? In fact, it's not. In fact, it's not. It's about 3 centimeters in one direction and 7 centimeters in another direction. So it's 7 centimeters vertically and 3 centimeters on the X. I don't know exactly why 3 centimeters on the X. That's a bit weird, but it seems that this is not completely centered. Yes, because there is the handle, right? There is the handle. And so the actual box, yeah, exactly. It's correct. It's perfectly correct. So, okay. So if it is perfect, okay. So if it is correct, why is not working in our code? So if the distance between the origin, this is exactly how I had it before, but the result was 0. I had, let me just go back. Let me just go back because we had that, right? Oh my. We had the origin minus the position. The origin minus the position. And this cannot be 0 unless the pivot is already in the middle of the object, right? Unless the pivot is already in the middle of the object. Yeah, the only problem I have, I don't know if when you are setting the... I don't know if this PS item actor has other stuff, but the mesh is centered, right? PS item actor. Okay, let's see if that is 0. Hopefully it's not 0. If it's 0, I don't understand. This should not be 0. Maybe it's the units that is messing up. That should not be 0. That cannot be 0. It cannot be 0. Please. So he printed out. Wait. Stop. What did he print out? Print out nothing? Huh? What do you mean? Huh? Distance between origin, right? We should see this on the client. Do you see it? I don't see it. Distance. I see. Distance between origin and pivot. Yeah, exactly. 18. Okay. So we have a distance. Okay, that distance is actually there. So it's 18 centimeters. Ah, but then we scale the item. Ah, fuck. Ah, fuck. We scaled the item. So we need to scale this distance by the same amount. Otherwise, it will be a very small move. Right? I think that's the trick. I think that's the trick. So the distance needs to be multiplied by my scale. Because that item is very big, right? And so we but then like with the tent, okay, let me try with the tent, because then with the tent should be the opposite, right? Yeah, in fact it moved down. Yeah, in fact it moved down. Okay. Okay. So yeah, we have to move, but okay. So I think the move will probably work now with the multiplication by the scale. But then the pivot, yeah, the same. The pivot might also be multiplied by the scale. Yeah, maybe now it will work. Maybe now, guys. Maybe now. Maybe now. Maybe now. Maybe now. Maybe now. Maybe now. Now, do you want to zoom in and zoom out? Zooming in and out, I think, would be a bit of a problem. But I think we can. Now, what do we want to have as a background? Now, the nice, I mean, as a background, at the moment is all black. Should we have something? Should we have a border all around that is making it nicer? I don't know. Nah. It didn't work. Why didn't work? Hello! Who joined? Hello, Dustin. Hey, thank you for the subscription on Twitch. Fantastic, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dustin. I'm trying to reset. You know what? Let's Let's throw the debug stuff, right? Can I have an item that is already centered? I don't think I have any item. Well, like the compass, maybe. There are some items anyway that they don't show up. I don't understand why. And I don't understand this divide by 0 on win stats. What is that? Divide by my mana is 0. My mana is 0. Why my mana is 0? Because my intelligence is nothing. Ah, because my intelligence is 11. Holy moly. Okay, so now I should not do that anymore. Okay. How are you, Dustin? What are you doing in this nice Saturday? I don't know why certain items are not showing up, right? Like this one is not showing. Yeah, no texture. I think it's because he has no texture. But even if he has no texture, we should not bail out, right? No texture. No texture. Texture. So if texture is empty, what happens? Set the material is specified. Yeah, but it should not. I think we have an error somewhere that we check if the texture is empty, we just bail out, but it's not. I think there is a mistake in the editor. I think there's just one line that is not connected. And we don't spawn the item. But I don't know why it went down only by little. Because I think probably went down. Can we try with something that is very, 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 very big and has the pivot at the bottom? Yeah, I think the tent. The tent is the best. Is the best example. I think we have an error here in the inspect. No texture. Ah, yeah, exactly. We need to spawn the item anyway. Okay, so this was one problem. For whatever reason, we were not spawning the item if he had no texture. Because originally I was thinking that without a texture you cannot see it, but it's not true, because with no texture is using the default texture. So it's perfectly fine to spawn it with no texture, right? Okay, so that should be fixed. But the problem is that we don't get the right distance, right? We don't get the right distance. That was the D&D campaign. We don't get the right distance. So can I see? Can I see in the log how much distance we get? How much distance I get? Because you see in the Z I get 62 centimeters, which is a lot, right? With the scale. So actually our item should go down significantly. Let's say that probably we don't have the item really centered compared to the camera. That's a possibility, right? Probably this camera, right, is not seeing that item perfectly centered. You know what we can do? We can put the same mesh. We can put the same axe actually there for a second and see what happens, right? So if I drop this guy here, right, and I give it the same position of that, right? Rotation, we don't care. Yeah, the problem will be the scale, because then it will try to scale it so that this guy is 1 meter in sides. So at the moment is what? At the moment the longest side is 61, right? So it will try to scale it 100 divided by 61. Right, 100 divided by 61, we'll try to scale it 1.63. So if we scale it 1.63, right, we are exactly in the same situation. If then I look through this camera, right, this is how the item will look. It's a bit small, but right, this is how the item will look. Now it is obviously wrong because, okay, let's take an item that has the pivot in the middle. I don't think we have. I don't think we have an item that has the pivot in the middle. So probably the only solution is to put a box. To put a box, a cube, right? If I take this cube and I put it in the same location. And this cube is actually 1 meter by 1 meter, I think. Yeah, you see, yeah, the camera is not centered. Yeah, the camera is not centered compared to the item. Okay, so that's fine. That's fine. So do we want the camera to be exactly facing it or not? Because if we're exactly facing it, I think the light will not look that good, right? That is why I had the camera not exactly facing. But we can do this. So the item is slightly, I mean, it's pretty much in the middle. Which I think is a better idea. Okay, so I think we had this problem, right? Of the item not being in the middle of the camera view. But then the other problem that we have is that the pivot offset seems to really not work as expected. So there's we did here set pivot offset minus distance, right? Sets the local space offset added to the actor pivot as used by the editor. Okay. So if he's in local space, do we rotate in local space? Because that is another thing that is not working. So the rotation is not rotating in the middle. I'm using actually a local rotation, but is the local rotation using the pivot offset or not? Local rotation, like I think we can even try it in the editor, right? So if I have in the editor, well, let me try. So if in the editor I have again this this thing, right? And his location is there, and I rotate it. You see that I'm rotating on the handle, right? I'm not rotating in the middle of the object. I'm rotating on the handle. So if I set this pivot offset to be. Now I have it after the scale though. I have it after the scale. So we said that the scale was 1.63, which goes to 1 meter. And then my pivot now becomes like 0.5, my pivot offset vertically. So I do 0.5. Yeah, but it's not moving, bro. I mean 0.5 meaning 50. It's not doing anything. Why the pivot's offset is not working? Did they break it? Did they break it, boys? Did they break it?
Menu, go to point. After you set its location, right-click on the actor, and in the menu, go to Pivot, Set as Pivot Offset. So now, if you
Set as pivot offset. Yeah,
deselect
but
the actor, then select it again, the pivot will remain in the same spot. And then if you ever want to set the pivot back to its default location, right-click, and then go to Pivot, Reset Pivot Offset. Okay, so if you're eager to get...
oh, now it changed. What? I mean, it took a bit though. It didn't do it immediate. Why? Huh? Ah, you have to reselect it. Okay, you have to reselect it. You have to reselect it for whatever reason. Okay, it's fine. Yeah, actually the question is this used? Because it seems to be working, but is this used when we do the add local add actor local rotation? Because that's the problem, huh? Maybe there is a kind of a reset to call or something. Let me try to find an example where they use this, right? Set pivot offset. What I can do is just, let's just do it in the editor and say, in the example project, right? I think it's quicker. Because we can do it in the example project, we can actually rotate, I mean, move the pivot and try to rotate, add in local rotation and see what happens, right? But there is definitely, okay. So let's say that we get this guy, which has the pivot at the bottom, right? Has the pivot at the bottom. And and we do this. We set the we do add actor rotation. Let's do add local rotate, add actor local rotation, right? And we will do it with our one or two, this guy that we found, right? And we will rotate locally on the X, let's say, or on the Y, 90 degrees, right? 90 degrees. So we should see, okay, so we should see that cup going down now. Wow, it didn't move at all. Oh. Static meshes to be movable. Okay. Good point. Good point, my friend. It's great that he told me, otherwise I would never have found that. Yeah, so you see that he's rotating, but he's actually rotating on the pivot, right? He's rotating on the pivot, on the original pivot. So now if I change the pivot of this cup, right? If I change the pivot of this cup to be 20 centimeters above, which means there, right? And then I execute it again. And then I do the K. It's completely ignoring it. It's completely ignoring the changed pivot. So this pivot offset is ignored by local space rotation. Okay, let's try to do add actor rotation. Let's try to do world rotation, right? Instead of local rotation. And let's do it 90 again, right? Which is not exactly the way I was, I mean, I was willing to do, but I think it may be the solution, right? What the fuck? He moved me because I didn't set a target, so he moved my character. He rotated my character. The same. He's ignoring the pivot completely. He's ignoring the pivot completely. No, I cannot believe it. This pivot offset is completely ignored. Yeah, it's not the same pivot offset. My fear is that it's working only in the editor. No, bro, no, please, 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 no. No, please. Fuck. I mean, at least we move it down, right? But then it will rotate not in the middle, which is super annoying. I mean, it's beyond annoying. We cannot have it like that. We cannot have it like that. We cannot. Because for big items, they will rotate completely fucked. It is so annoying. What if we set the pivot of the mesh instead of the pivot of the actor, right? Because in theory, right, this actor has a mesh object inside. So we could cast it to static mesh actor, right? And then we could get the mesh. No? Then we could get the static mesh component. What if we add the what if we then rotate this? So here I'm rotating. These are not used at the moment, huh? Here I'm taking the static mesh actor, mesh component, rotating the component, but I'm not setting the pivot. Okay, let's try anyway. I think I probably need to set the pivot then to the mesh. Yeah, it's doing the same. Can I change the pivot, set pivot offset, right? Element word interface. What the fuck? Huh? No, I don't think it's this one. I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that. Yeah. It will tell me that this is not a type. Yeah, exactly. So this set pivot offset doesn't work on the mesh. Doesn't work on the mesh. It works only on the actor. Let me see the documentation of this thing. Set the local space offset added to the actor pivot as used by the editor. Yeah, I think this thing is only used in the editor, actually. Unfortunately, this is only used in the editor. And it's a very bad idea. It doesn't work at runtime. I don't want to permanently change it. I want to change it at runtime. Changing the pivot in Unreal Engine, all you need to know.
Is to change the pivot placement inside Unreal Engine. In this video, I'm gonna quickly go over all of them. So let's do it.
Okay.
The first method is changing the pivot within the modeling tools. Up here, click on selection mode and select modeling. The shortcut is Shift and 5. If you don't have the modeling option, then go to settings and 5 to go. If we don't see the gizmo, it means that here to automatically reposition it.
Yeah, modeling, okay. I mean, you
If I
change it
hold
on the
X
model
indicate
permanently.
where it's snapping to. We can also use the transform panel over here for precise translation and rotation. When delta mode is enabled, the gizmo values are interpreted as changes relative to the last gizmo position. So if I want to move the pivot to move it or snap dragging. If it's enabled, we can left surface of that asset. Set in the scene and the pivot snaps to the surface of that asset. We can control the rotation of the pivot with the rotation mode options.
You're still in modeling though.
Around fourth box, we're done with it, point is changed. Bounding box of the cell source mesh, it affects all of its instances in the, that's on one of our old projects that has a, let's see how we can do that. Before getting to that, Facebook. If we hover the mouse on top of each option, the tooltip tells us what it does. For example, I can right-click.
Yeah, but this is the one that is not working, right?
Offset here, and the pivot moves to where I right-clicked. If I deselect and select the actor again, I'll see that the pivot has moved to the original location. To keep that from happening, after selecting set pivot offset here, we should right-click again and select set as pivot offset. Now the pivot point won't move. Just for clarification, set pivot offset here, snapping is the same as set pivot offset here, but it snaps the pivot to the nearest grid point. I can also move the mouse cursor on this white sphere where all the axes.
Yeah, bro, but it works only in the editor.
Middle mouse button and drag it to move the pivot. If the cursor is anywhere else, we pan around the viewport, but when it's here, we can move the pivot. After that, we can right-click and select set as pivot offset. And now the pivot is there. If we want to move the pivot along one of these axes, we should move the mouse cursor on that axis, then hold both the middle mouse button and the Alt key on the keyboard together. Now we can move the pivot along that axis. One other way to change the pivot location is to hold Alt on the keyboard and then middle click anywhere you want the pivot to be. For example, here, 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 or here. The pivot moves there. Again, right click and select set as pivot offset. You can access the same settings from the actor menu on the top under pivot. Center to selection moves the pivot to the center bottom of the selection, whether it is one actor or multiple actors.
He's not saying that it works only in the editor
The good
though.
thing about this approach is that it's non-destructive, meaning it won't affect the other instances in the level.
It's not destructive, but it's also not working.
And it's not limited only to static mesh actors. We can do it for other actors such as lights or volumes too. Exact pivot offset, and the pivot returns to its original place, just based on our needs. The good thing is that we don't need to go through editing the pivot in our DCC soft. Subscribe and join our community on.
Fuck. We have a problem. I mean, it's not a giant problem, but I think it's not very usable, you know, if our item is rotating the wrong way. I mean, in theory, we could have another mesh with the object centered, but that's like no sense. It's absolutely no sense. Yeah, absolutely. It's absolutely no sense. You could add an arrow component. Wait, that here maybe there is an idea. You could add an arrow component, parent your mesh component to that position that is needed, and then rotate the arrow. There is a solution. There is a solution. The problem is that wait, there is a solution. There is a solution because this thing is inside an actor, right? So I could move the mesh inside the actor and then rotate the actor. This is fantastic. Thank you. Thank you to this guy. I don't know how to upvote it or whatever, but give him an award or something. Oh, he's asking my credit card number. Okay, it's a bit too much, but maybe I don't want. But yep. So okay. So we will do this, boys. We will say that. You know what is the problem? The problem is with the blueprints. Because OBJ is an actor, right? We don't know if he's, but the PS item actor always has a mesh, right? A PS item actor always has a mesh. It does. Now we are not 100% sure that it's always you, but yeah, but it does. So if we set the relative location of that mesh compared to this, right, of minus distance, right, this guy will actually move down, and then I don't need to do this anymore, which by the way doesn't work. Yes, I think is please work, please work, please. No, I don't want to save anything. Please work, please. I think logically it works because he's rotating, he's moving the mesh down, and then he's rotating the wall actor, right? And I assume that then the pivot is different, right? I don't know if I need a sync component in between, which is very possible actually. I'm not sure of that. Let me check my dinner meanwhile it's compiling. 1 second, because I need to cook. I need to cook queridos. I need to cook queridos. Cook queridos here. Hamburgerinos. Cuquerinos, hamburgerinos. Then we will cook erinos, also some potato rinos. Some potato rinos. Oh yeah. I like potato rinos. And then we will cook also some normal rinos. Oh yes. Like that. And that's it. And that's it. Okay. Nearly done. Okay, so we do this here. Here on 5:15. 25:15. Now we set the timer. Imposta timer 15 minuti.
Ho avviato il timer di 15 minuti.
Ho avviato il timer di 15 minuti. Okay, so now we have the timer and everything. Okay, compile. I think there is a way. The only problem I have is that maybe we need a sync component in between to actually ensure that there is a different pivot compared to the actor object. That I don't know. And potentially may not work for blueprints, but at the moment the blueprints are only... No, I think it's the same, because also the blueprint has a mesh. Because it's anyway a PS item actor, right? I don't know exactly. I'm not completely sure. I'm not completely sure. Please! Please work. Please, if it works now, it's very, very good because it doesn't require additional work. If it doesn't work now, we still have a chance, right? But we need probably to put in between the actor and the mesh an additional object, which would be fairly annoying. Okay, it just disappeared completely. Disappeared completely because it's probably too far. Why? It didn't spawn the object. It looks like it didn't spawn anything. Or it spawned in an impossible place. Why? Oh my god. What I did something wrong, huh? I did something wrong. Mesh relative location minus distance. I guess that this is not in world coordinates, it's in local coordinates, right? It's relative location. Set relative location, right? So the distance between origin and pivot, let me just say, distance between... So why didn't it spawn anything? I don't know. Distance between origin and pivot is that much, so it's about 62 centimeters, right? So it should not be crazy movement. I mean, assuming that this is actually the relative, right? It's saying relative, so relative to what? Relative to the actor, right? I don't understand too much. Let me try to do it in our example again, because testing it in that code is impossible. Takes too much time. Just do it here and it's easier. So the point is that if that mug, okay, so we do it with that mug, right? So we take the mesh. I didn't save it, GG. Okay, it's fine. We cast it to static mesh actor, right? Then we take the mesh and we set the relative location of the static mesh component. I need to go static mesh component. I cannot go set relative location of the... because we don't have the mesh. No, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. So I set this, let's say that I have this go down 20 centimeters, so minus 20, right? Minus 20. And then after this, I rotate. But I rotate the wall actor, right? I don't rotate exactly. I rotate the wall actor in word rotation. In word rotation? That's fine. 90, right? So, okay. So if I do this, okay. Didn't do anything. Why? Static meshes to be movable. Because it's the same problem. Okay. This guy is actually 1, right? Yeah. This is to be movable. Okay, fine. Let me save all because we didn't save before for whatever reason. So this guy. Holy shit. It disappeared. Okay, so I think that, yeah, the set relative location is not really relative. For whatever reason. Set relative location, right? It seems he's not doing what we think he's doing. I don't know. I mean, it's a bit weird, but... I mean, if I subtract 20 on the Z, and then I set it like this, getting this relative location, why did it not working? It's kind of weird, huh? Okay. No. Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. I think I need another object in between, guys. Fuck. I think I need another object in between. And by the way, the rotation... yeah, I just want to understand if the rotation of the actor and the rotation of the mesh can be managed independently together with the position, right? So this is our test. This is what we are testing, right? So if I move my rotation, my location down by 20 centimeters, right? Wait, I'm moving this freaking player position because it's impossible that all the time I have to... okay. Fine. Didn't rotate at all? It didn't rotate at all. Why? It's not a static mesh is not a static mesh actor. Right? Yeah, it's not a static mesh actor. It's not a static mesh actor. Oh, what do you mean it's not a static? Well, it's a test rotate. Okay, it's a... yeah, you are right. It's not a... okay. Okay, fine. Yeah, it's not a static mesh actor. Okay, fine. Fine. He's right as usual. Okay. Fuck, didn't rotate at all. Why? It didn't rotate in the middle. Let me think about it a second. So it did... I take the static mesh and I move it down by 20, right? So let me go up to here and see what happens, right? So this should just move the cap down 20 centimeters, exactly. So it's moving the cap down 20. And then is rotating the wall actor on the X 90 degree. So the cap should be Can we do it right? Because it's not 20, right? The cap, how big is this cap? This cap is 20 by 13 by 15, right? So the height is what? I don't remember if this is height. Oh, anyway, the largest is this for sure. So is the largest is the X, Y, and Z. So it's probably 15 vertically. So if I want to center the pivot, I have to move down the cap of 7.5, right? 20 is really too much. So 7.5. So if I move the cap down 7.5, up or down? Up or down? Down. No. I move the cap up. Wow, already 15 minutes? Oh my god, the time is flying when you have bugs. The time flies when you have bugs, right? Oh my god. Okay. Take this. Okay, another 10 minutes and then I have to go dinner. But yeah, let's say so the cap needs to go down 7.5, and then I rotate it, and so I should see it in the same, yeah, exactly, right? So the cap goes down 7.5, yes, and then I rotate it 90, I rotate the wall object 90 degrees to the left, and so I will see the cap yeah, it's correct. Is it? Oh my god, I'm confused. I'm confused. Okay, so we have this freaking cup, right? We have this freaking cup. And the cup has the pivot at the bottom, right? Here, right? So we want the cup to rotate here, right? So the test that we did, we moved the cup down so that basically this point corresponds to the middle of the cup, and then we rotated the wall actor 90 degrees on the X, right? In this case on the Y, and we found the cup rotated down here, right? So does this prove the point that it works or not? So was I able to actually rotate the actor instead of the mesh? Because if yes, because otherwise the cap would have been like this, right? Yes, I think so. So as long as the cap is within the box, Even if it's lower. Yeah, exactly. As long as the cup is within the box, it means that we rotated the actor after changing the position of the mesh. Yeah. Exactly. Okay, one thing that I don't understand is why I need to do this. Why it cannot just be minus 7.5 here? And I get the same result, huh? Why? Okay, it does. Okay, perfect. So the point is that I can move the relative location of the mesh. Okay, now we will do another test. If I don't have this default scene route in between, right? And this, unfortunately, I think is gonna be a game breaker. Please work. There it is. There it is. There it is. So if you don't have a default scene in between, okay. Okay. Doesn't mean that when you don't have a default scene, you need to have the relative location as the but like this, but it still works. Because if that's the case, we are good, huh? No, it doesn't. So it works only if you have in between a default scene route. So what we have to do, okay, I think I understand. So this means that this will not work with blueprints. Okay, I think I understand. Now, how to do it? How to do it? So basically we will have two different ways, right? The blueprint will work one way and the non-blueprint will work in another way. And unfortunately we cannot say spawn PS item actor. We will have to spawn an actor. Unfortunately I have to go, but I think I have an idea on how to do it. We will have to spawn an actor, and then I hope that I can add dynamically I hope I can add dynamically to this guy a default scene route and then my mesh, right? I'm not really sure I can do it, but I think there is an add component for sure. Yes, I think I never did it, but I think I need to add a default scene component. They didn't say how to do it. But yeah, it's this. It is this. It's just that I need to create a new default scene component which is actually not there. It needs to be in the constructor. You know what? We can create a class just for this. I think it's fine. We can create a class which is called inspect item that is just you know a default default class. Why not? Why not? It would be nice to create it fully by code, but if not, I can. I mean, starting from act, but it seems that has to be done in the constructor, right? But it's very easy, right? It's very easy. I can just create it. I can even create it in blueprints, and then we just load it by name, and that's fine. No? Unfortunately, guys, I think I will have to go very soon. But yeah, like now. Okay, my dinner is ready, guys. I'm going to dinner, but I think I have an idea how to do it. It's basically working. It's basically working. So we will have, right? What we will have? We will have this. We will have an actor. We will have our actor, right? With inside a default scene component, and with inside a mesh, right? Which is, by the way, pretty good. And we will rotate the mesh, right? Oh, no, sorry. We will move the mesh down based on the distance from the pivot. And then we will rotate the wall actor, right? And this will basically allow us to do the rotation on another pivot, right? Which is exactly what we wanted. And the internet says it is not possible, but actually it is with this technique, right? Now, the only thing that we need to have a kind of a prototype, right? Like a template of this object that is called inspect item that we can reuse for this case. And but I can create it. So it's a very simple act. I don't know if we already have an actor like that, but I don't think so. But I will look again, right? In case I don't know. I see some weird stuff like PS force actor used to spawn a trigger sphere that applies a specific force to all the players. I don't know. PS interactable actor? No. I mean, it doesn't have to be interactable. It doesn't have to have anything, right? It just needs to be a very simple. But our PS item actor, unfortunately, is not good because in the constructor, at least, let me check. Let me check 1 second. But I think in the constructor of our PS item actor, right, we don't have. Yeah, exactly. We don't have a scene in between. Now, I don't know what. I don't know if. I don't know. Anyway, I have to go. It's a pity because we are close. We are very close. Yeah, basically this, right? Why the default object is mobility? Because you have to do this in the constructor, unfortunately. I mean, I could add it here, but if I add it here, I think we may fuck up the rotation of a million objects. Because the root, here for whatever reason, we have the root as the mesh. Okay, I have to go. I have to go. See you guys next time, which is actually tomorrow at 4 p.m. European time in the afternoon of Sunday. And meanwhile, if you want to click on follow on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, that's always a good idea. And also, if you want to try our game, it is available. Remember that we have a Patreon site, and if you want to sponsor the game, you can. So we can commission more stuff and add more assets and make the game better, right? So with that said, bye bye. Have a good night or a good evening.